Testing, 1, 2, 3, test, 1, 2, 3. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Inverness Raceway. 9-dash card on tap. Here this evening at the Inverness Raceway, our feature goes in race number 9. It's a winner's over for $2,000, field of 6. It's the Jamie and Ann Walker Memorial Pace. Our co-feature on the card here this evening, the Phil Pinckney Memorial. It's a Nova Scotia stake for 2-year-old pacing fillies. Fox Harbour filly on the rail for Mark Campbell. Tobin's Girl Boss for Mary Claire McDonald. Lady of Mala is penciled in the morning line favorite at 5-2 for Paul Langell. Delcinia, yet a post 4 for Darren Crow. Dancing Lady Lou and Mike McGuigan. Wicked Vicky, a Redmond Doucette, and Here for the Party. And Keith Lake, they go for purse $20,200. That's the 2-year-old pacing fillies. That's over in race number 6. Nine-dash card on tap here this evening. You want to check your program. We'll go over the changes for this evening's Cardiff Racing. Race number 1 is the Colin Basker Memorial Pace. Number 4, Miss Patricia B. As a Tony Morgan spreader on the outside. Note the last line for Wing Commander in his last qualifier. He was 5 by 25 lengths, and he paced the mile in 2:09.3. Number 6, Mando Fun in the first, pencil in the trainer, Lily Watson. Lily Watson, the trainer, 6. Mando Fun. Over to race number 2, it's the first end of the early daily double. It's the start of the pick 5. Number 1, Shadow of a Doubt. Your driver is Mark Campbell. Number 7, Seize the Bay, Scratch Sick. Seize the Bay, the 7, Scratch Sick. That'll push us over to race number 3, the George and Elizabeth Copley Memorial Pace. Number 1, Dirty Bobby. Equipment change. He goes from an open to a closed bridle. Number 6, Affair Somewhere. The driver is Mr. Mark Campbell. Mark Campbell on the 6, Affair Somewhere. That's over in race number 3. To race number 4, number 6, JJ's Knight's Image. Your driver's Mr. Darren Crow. Darren Crow on the 6, JJ's Knight's Image. Number 7, Drink Up Muchacho. Equipment change. He goes from an open and hood with cups to a closed bridle. And he also adds a tail tie. That's the Alistair and Desmond McQuarrie Memorial Pace. That'll bring us over to race number 5, the Madam McDonald Memorial Pace. Number 7, Fear of the Shadow, scratched by the judges. Scratch of the 7, Fear the Shadow in the 5th. Over to race number 6, the Phil Pinckney Memorial Nova Scotia Stake for 2-year-old pacing fillies. They go for $20,200. Number 4, Delcinia. Your driver is Mr. Darren Crow. Over to race number 7, Malcolm, Janet, and Stanley, Macquarie Memorial Pace. And the entries are going as programmed. Over to race number 8, Raylene McLean Memorial Pace. Race 8 is clear. Race number 9 is our feature, Jamie and Ann Walker Memorial Pace. Number 3, What's Up Doc? Equipment change, takes off the open, the hood with cups, and he glows to a closed bridle. Correct time of day showing on the board at 6:39. 7 o'clock is post time for the first. 7 o'clock post time on race number 1. Racing at the Northside Downs this week was scheduled for Saturday. They went with the first race. Then it was canceled. It was held on Monday afternoon. 5 o'clock was their post time. 5 horses on our program here this evening have additional lines. And we'll read over those lines quickly for you. Over in race number 2, number 4, Zayden's Luck at the Northside Downs. Raced the non-winners. 118 last 10. Started post 7. Finished 3 by a neck for Kevin Bailey. The mile was paced in 2, 2, and 3. Zayden's Luck paced the mile in 2, 2, and 3 himself. Two-Tone Terror, the winner. Popularity was second, and Zayden's Luck was up for third. Seize the Bay race, but Seize the Bay is scratched here this evening. Over to race number 3. Additional line for the 7, Candid Cameron at the Northside Downs on Monday afternoon. Non-winners 6:01. Last 5 started from post 4 and finished second by a length in 1:59 and 3/5. He paced his own mile, 1:59 and 4/5. The driver was Sean Link. Cross-cut, the winner, Candid Cameron, was second, and Regally Magnified finished up third. Race number 4, number 5, Starship SLX. Raced at the Northside Downs on Monday. Non-winners 3:51. Last 5 started post 3 and finished 6 by 8 3/4 lengths in a mile of 2 minutes 3/5. He paced the mile 2:02 and 2 for driver Kevin Bailey. David Lloyd George, the winner. Seize the Bay was second, and Tobin's Party finished up in third. Race 5 to 1, Cross-cut at the Northside Downs. Non-winner 6:01 last 5. Started post 7, finished 1 for Joe Poirier in a mile of 1:59 and 3/5. Cross-cut, the winner, Candid Cameron second, and a Regally Magnified finished up third. And one more additional line, that's over in race number 7. Number 1, Big Boy Hill at the Northside Downs. Non-winners of 1,001 last 5. Started post 2 and finished 6 by 8 3/4 lengths at a mile of 1:57 and 2/5. He paced his own mile of 1:59 and 1/5. Cold Creek Guerrero was a winner there in 57 and 2. Windermere Rhine was second, and Elm Grove Quigley finished up third. Now you're up to date on this evening's card of racing. Correct time of day showing on the board at 6:44. At approximately 7:02, the entries make their way from the paddock area on towards Post Parade. Here in the first, Miss Patricia B. Equipment change. Tony Morgan spreader on the outside. Number 6, Mando Fun. The trainer is Lily Watson. We're expecting a half-decent crowd here this evening. We urge you to please wager early. We're going to try to go on post.
What a night it's going to be for harness racing.
They're off and pacing.
They win the Gold Cup in Chaucer.
Great stretch drive here at the Downs.
Test 1, 2, 3. Testing.
That's a louder version. Yeah.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3.
Or you can even get over that down below there, and I'll.
Correct time of day showing on the board at 6:50, 7 o'clock is post time for the first. We're down to 10 minutes on post time here in the first. The entries be making their way from the paddock area at approximately 6:52 for post parade. 7 o'clock post time here on the first. Entries for the first, leaving the paddock area on towards post parade. On parade from the lower turn there, the entries here in the first. Now there's 110, last 10. They go for purse, $1,100. The What is Breaking News, a 2-year-old tall dark stranger colt owned by James McGinnis. Mr. Walter Walker trains and drives. I'm a lot. Yeah, a post too. Owned by Charles Frazier and trained by Charles Frazier. Mr. Mark Campbell is up. 3-wing commander has Keith Lake for Adrian Saunders and trainer Charles Frazier. Number 4, Miss Patricia B. Redmond Doucette for Melanie. Patricia. An 8-year-old by Cougar Hall, owned by the Autumn Gold Stable. Ronnie Garland trains. Mr. Zach Mullins is in the sulky. This is the Colin Basker Memorial Pace. Kevin, phone the judges, please. Kevin, phone the judges, please. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me okay down there at the fence? Test 1, 2, 3. 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 Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing in the paddock area. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me okay down there at the fence? Everything's good? Thank you. Everything seems good? Yeah. Entries on the way back, second and final score. Sound system seems to be up and running here now. Great, thank you, Bill. Sound system seems to be up and running. Now the entries have been called to the gate. Nine-dash card on tap here at the Inverness Raceway. Entries for the first in the Colin Basker Memorial Pace are in the hands of the starter. Entries moving on the stable turn here in the first condition field. They go for purse. $1,100 field of Savant. Breaking news on the rail for Walter Walker, I'm a lot, and Mark Campbell. Wing Commander and Keith Legg. Miss Patricia B. and Redmond Doucette. Zero Stress Nora, Monica Sutherland. Mendo Fun. And Keith Matt. And in the backfield, it's Coot Cobbler and Zach Mullins. The Colin Basker Memorial Pace here at the Inverness Raceway. It's post time. Down off of the gate, no end, breaking news. Heads out for the lead, Miss Patricia B. Up here, second on the outside, driving third, Zero Stress Norin at the rail in four. That is the gray Coot Cobbler. Up here on the outside in six, it's Mando Fun. In at the rail, it's Wing Commander in the backfield. That's I'm a lot. On toward the opening quarter, and the 8-year-old better than Cheddar mare, Miss Patricia B. In rein to Redmond Doucette is up front, setting the fractions by the opening quarter in 31-1. Second, That is breaking news. Here's the gray coot cobbler on the move early, coming first up here for Zach Mullins. On toward the half mile, Miss Patricia B is challenged by Coot Cobbler. They're on past the half mile now. Coot Cobbler tries to get down at the cones but cannot. Miss Patricia B is hanging about there on the outside. Driving up here third on the outside, that is Mando Fun. 101-1. Breaking news in 4 at the rail. Zero Stress Nora. Yeah, at a 5. I'm a lot and then Wing Commander. 3/4 up and coming. The gray coat cobbler on the outside. In at the rail, Miss Patricia B is still hanging in there, tipping out, going 3 wide. That is Mando Fun for Keegan Madden. 132 3/5 past 3/4. 3 of them stretched out across the raceway. Miss Patricia B at the rail. In the middle, Coot Cobbler. On the outside, it's Mando Fun. They're fighting for the win through the lane. Coot Cobbler in the middle. Here's Mando Fun up for Keegan Madden. Place photo between the 7, Coot Cobbler, and the 4. Miss Patricia B, 203 2/5. Mando Fun here in the Colin Basker Memorial Pace. Unofficially 6-7, 4 and 5, 6-7, 4 and 5. Unofficially here on the first. Colin Basker was an owner of several notable horses, including Persian Queen, Banks Bomber, and later All Systems Go. He grew up at the racetrack where he was influenced by his father, Chris. Colin introduced his son, Will, to harness racing. Will continues to be actively involved in the sport today. This blanket is awarded to the winner. Coming back here, Mando Fun, a 13-year-old by pacing gelding by Badlands Hanover, and the ball and chain mare, Millennium Ball, by Aubrey Cameron and Brenda McQueen at a Glace Bay. Lily Watson does the training. Keegan Madden in the sulky, 2-3 2/5. And Mando Fun here in the first. And a cooler presentation to the winner, Mando Fun and Keegan Madden, for the Colin Basker Memorial Pace. There we go here, Keegan. The cooler is right here. And the cooler presentation, I'll award it to the winner, 13-year-old by Badlands Hanover at the ball and chain mare, Millennium Ball, by Aubrey Cameron, Brenda McQueen. Lily Watson does the training. Keegan Madden in a stretch drive here this evening, 2:03 2/5, capturing top honors in the Colin Basker Memorial Pace. And the first official breaking news was 7. I'm a lot was 5. Wing Commander 6. Miss Patricia B was 3. Zero Stress Nora was 4. Mando Fun the winner. And Coop Cobbler was 2nd. 31-1 by the quarter. The half 101-1. 3 quarters 132-3. Race winning trip 2:03 2/5. Top the program 7, 5, 6, 3, 4, 1. Then 2 on the bottom 2:03 2/5. Mando Fun in the Colin Basker Memorial Pace and across the board 12.95, 50 and 3:40. Place the 7 Coop Cobbler 3:22.50. Show the 4 Miss Patricia B $2.10. Exacta 6 and 7, $34 even. Triacta 6, 7 and 4. It returns $65.10. $1 Super 6, 7, 4 and 5. That came back $91.25. Up and coming race number 2. It's the start of the pick 5. Also, it's the first end of the early daily double. A field of 8 cut down to a field of 7. Number 7 Sees the Bay is scratch sick. And note the 1 Shadow of a Doubt. Pencil in the driver, Mr. Mark Campbell. Mark Campbell on the 1 Shadow of a Doubt. Over to race number 3, it's the second and the double. Equipment change on the 1 Dirty Bobby goes from open to a closed bridle. And note number 6, Affair Somewhere in the 3rd. Mr. Mark Campbell is the driver. Race number 3 is the George and Elizabeth Copley Memorial Pace. 7:24 scheduled for post time here on the 2nd. We're 10 minutes away. The entries for the second, moving down the backside on towards Post Parade. Here in the second, it's the start of the Pick 5, and the first in the early daily double. On parade from the lower turn there, the entries here in the second. It's the start of the Pick 5 first end of the early daily double. Exacta Superfecta Triacta Wagering. Downwinners 320, last 5. On the rails, Shadow of a Doubt. Mark Campbell gets the call here this evening for Rebecca McKenzie, Cage O'Connor, and Sandra O'Donnell. Mark Campbell is zapped. The 2 Eastward O'Fun gets Keith Lake for the GG Stone and Max Stable. The trainer is Bernie McDonald. Coming here, honey. Yeah. Yeah, just coming here now, Deborah. Next on Post Parade, we danced anyway at 3-year-old Shadow Play. James McGinnis shares ownership with the trainer-driver Walter Walker. Arden Mofford on the 4's Aiden's Luck for Patricia Smith, trainer Edgar Jacobs. 5 Windermere Novak, owned by Angela MacArthur, Angus McQuarrie, and Zach Mullins. Mr. Mullins in the sulky. Mojo Beach gets Rodney Gillis for Anita Gillis. And owner trainer, the effort beaten. The 7 is out. Rounding got the field, the 8, I See True Grit. A 14-year-old by no pan intended. Owned by Melanie, Patricia LeBlanc. Mr. Redmond Doucette is in the sulky. This is the John Piper McClellan Memorial Pace. Down to 4 minutes on post, 4 to go. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Inverness Raceway. I'm joined here with Shane Ryan, track announcer at the Northside Downs. We're going to discuss our picks on the evening, our feature race that goes in race number 6. On this evening's card of racing, it's the 2-year-old pacing fillies. And they go for a purse of $20,200. A field of 7 is on tap. Here, over in race number 2. First end, the early double and the start of the Pick 5. My selection. Here in the second, I went to the 3. We danced anyway, a 3-year-old Shadow Play filly. James McGinnis at a Halifax shares ownership. With the trainer-driver, Walter Walker. He's in the sulky. At a 5 starts on the season, 2 seconds and a 3rd. For second, here in race number 1, I went to the 1, Shadow of a Doubt. A winner on the season at the Northside Downs in 2:02 at a piece. Mark Campbell gets the call here this evening for trainer Richie O'Donnell. And for 3rd, I went to the 2, Eastward O'Fun. Keith Lake gets the call for the GG Stone and Max Stable at Port Hood. 3, 1, and 2 are my selection. Here in the second, we're going to go over to the Northside Downs track announcer, Mr. Shane Ryan.
Thank you, Gordy, and good evening, everyone. In today's second race to start the Pick 5 and the double, Gordy and I have the first three horses just in a different order. I went to the two-entry Eastward O Fun. Keith Legg joins us tonight at Inverness, and had a chance to chat with Keith before the races this evening. Him and Mark Campbell both in town tonight here as part of Gathering Week and Stakes action, and they're headed to the National Driving Championships at Clinton on Sunday afternoon, so we wish them the best of luck. I think Keith's got a great shot in here with Eastward O Fun, looking for his first win on the season. Some really good closing quarters from this guy, and we saw Mando Fun rally from off the pace in the first race tonight. Strong breeze here this evening in Inverness. We're hoping for the showers to hold off, but the wind is a factor here this evening at Inverness Raceway. For second, I went to the rail. Shadow of a Doubt ships up from Northside, where he's been a regular participant. 1 for 9 in the win column, but picks up Mark Campbell. He's got some good gate speed. You'll notice 2 starts back. Was on the lead the whole way, just got nipped by DA Players Delight and charted in 2-1 and 2. And then I went to the 3 We Danced Anyway, who had a really good showing last start here in this class. Now winners at 301 with a great closing quarter of 28 and 2, looking for her first win on the season. If you're playing the Superfecta, I went to the 5 Woodmere Novak. Had this one drawn inside. I may have used this one a little bit higher, 3-1 on the morning line. Zach Mullins teams up with Angela MacArthur and Angus McQuarrie. Has been racing well, has hit the board in 3 of 4 starts, looking for his first win on the season. Gordy's on 3-1-2. I'm on 2-1-3-5. It's final call at the windows here for the second race to start the Pick 5 on Wednesday evening at Inverness, along with the early daily double.
Thanks very much, Shane. And the entries for the second have been called to the gate. The entries for the John Piper McClellan Memorial Pace are in the hands of your starter. Entries moving on the stable turn here in the second. Non-winners 320 last 5. They go for purse 1150. Shadow of a Doubt. Mark Campbell on the rail. Eastward O Fun, Keith Legg. We Danced Anyway, and Walter Walker. Zayden's Luck and Arden Mofford. Woodmere Novak. Zach Mullins. Mojo Beach and Rodney Gillis. In the backfield, I see True Grit and a Redmond Doucette. John Piper McClellan Memorial Pace comes through the lane. Field of 7. It's post time. Down off of the gate and away in Shadow of a Doubt. Heads out for the lead, dropping in the 2-hole. It's Eastward O Fun up third on the outside. That is Aiden's Luck. Yeah, a 4 with Danced Anyway. Up here in 5. That is I See True Grit popping into the 5-hole now. That is Woodmere Novak in the backfield. It's Mojo Beach. On passing that opening quarter, up front on the lead, Shadow of a Doubt. And Mark Campbell, Eastward Old Fun. Keith Lake driving second, 30-1. Past the opening station up here, third, that is Eden's Luck at a 4. We danced anyway. Need a 5, Woodmere Novak. I see True Grit in the backfield. It's Mojo Beach on toward the half mile, stretched out single file. Up front by 2 on the lead, Shadow of a Doubt. Eastward Old Fun grabs on here second, third is Aiden's Luck. At a 4, we danced anyway. 59 4/5 by the half mile, Woodmere Novak. Up in 5, I see True Grit and Mojo Beach. Gets in gear from the backfield. 3/4 up and coming now. And the 10-year-old Shadow of a Doubt up front, uncontested, on the lead. Eastward Old Fun is second on the outside now. Up here third on the outside. We danced anyway. Then Zayden's Luck. 131 past 3/4. Eastward Old Fun and Keith Lake take over the lead. Shadow of a Doubt is second. We danced anyway is coming third. Off the top turn and driving through lanes here. And Eastward Old Fun is bringing them on home for second. Shadow of a Doubt in third. That is We Danced Anyway. Eastward Old Fun, Keith Lake. 2 minutes, 4/5 here in the second. Heading back to the Denmark Acres Water Circle, 10-year-old brown pacing gelding by Westward Old Hanover at the Matter of Money mare, the Fun in the Grin Matter. This horse was bred by John Lester McDonnell out of Judith. It's owned by the G.G. Stone and Mac Stable at a Port Hood. Bernie McDonald does the training. Catch driver Keith Lake in the sulky. 2 minutes, 4/5. Here's 10-year-old Eastward Old Fun. And a cooler presentation in the second for the John Piper McClellan Memorial Pace. We pause to recognize and pay tribute to the lasting legacy of John Piper McClellan, a devoted contributor to the sport of harness racing, particularly here at the Inverness Raceway. In his early years, Piper served as a starter and later became a proud owner. His commitment to the sport was unwavering, and his influence continues to be felt across generations. He instilled a deep love for harness racing in his son, Donald and Damien. His son Damien now trains and drives in Ontario, carrying forward his father's passion and dedication. Damien completes activity at several racetracks across Ontario and is regarded as a young hard worker, much like his father. This evening, a special presentation was made here for Piper. A cooler presented to the winner, Eastward Old Fun and Keith Lake. We are grateful for all that joined us in remembering and honoring John Piper McClellan, a true gentleman, a dedicated horseman, and a cherished member of our racing community. And the second official, Shadow Vidot, was second. Eastward Old Fun, the winner we danced anyway, was 3. Zayden's Luck 4, Woodmere Novak 5, Mojo Beach 6. Seize the Bay, Scratched, and IC True Grit finished up 7. 30-1, 59-4, 131. Race winning trip, 2 minutes 4/5, topped the program. 213, 456, scratch 7 on the bottom, 2 minutes 4/5. Eastward Old Fun and Keith Lake capturing top honors in the John Piper McClellan Memorial Pace across the board, 17:59, 42:70. The place entry number 1. As Shadow of a Doubt, 470 and 270. Show the 3 we danced anyway, $2.10. Exacta, 27.40. Triacta, 36.40. Superfecta, $57.80. Up and coming, it's race number 3. Number 1, Dirty Bobby, equipment change. He goes from an open to closed bridle. Number 6, Affair Somewhere. The driver is Mark Campbell. Up and coming, it's the George and Elizabeth Copley Memorial Pace. Get you in here in a couple of minutes there, Justin. Just be patient, my friend. Appreciate you doing your race for us.
That race there was 29-4. That was surprising. First race was 30-4.
We're back here in the booth here at the Inverness Raceway. A winner over there in the second, Eastward O'Fun for Keith Lake for the GG Stone and Max Stable. At Port Hood, our selections here in the third. I landed on the 4 Lori Merchandise, a 5-year-old sports rider mare by Dion Gillis at a Strathlorn. And a husband, Ambrose Gillis, does the training and the driving. 6 starts on the season, 2 seconds and 2/3 to show for those 6 starts. For second, I went to the back tier and Candid Cameron. Arden Mofford gets the call for Colin and Carol Rankin. Colin Rankin does the training. 2 wins this season, 59 and 1/5 being the best at the Northside Downs. Dirty Bobby has Damian McClellan in the sulky here this evening. And a welcome to Damian McClellan. He has over 600 drives on the season in the Ontario circuit. Him and Mark McDonnell doing a fine job of driving and representing the Inverness and Port Hood areas. I went to the 1 Dirty Bobby for third. He's a 2-time winner. He paced the mile in 2:02 on an off track here at the Raceway. And for fourth, I went to the newcomer BS Terrific. Keith Lake does the driving for trainer Chris Coven. 4, 7, 1 and 2. My selection here for the third.
Thanks, Gordy. And once again, we're on some of the same horses here in the Exactor and Triactor. I went to the back tier to 7, Candid Cameron here. Arden Mofford for trainer Colin Rankin. You look on the card. Candid Cameron, the 12-year-old sports rider gelding, he's been racing up as high as the optional 9,000 claimers at Northside and has hit the board in 8 of 11 from the back tier here at Inverness. I think you can follow out Dirty Bobby, who's not the strongest of levers, but I think with Damian McClellan home tonight in the bike, I think he'll have Dirty Bobby ready when the wings fly. So Candid Cameron on top. For second, I did go to Dirty Bobby, who's racing in this optional 5,000 claimer again. 3 starts back. He was a winner here in 2:02 flat with Redmond Doucette in the bike. He has 2 wins from 5 starts on the season and should get a good trip from the rail here tonight at Inverness. For third, I actually went out to post 6, the Mark Campbell factor, I like to call it, at Northside Downs. Mark won 7 races earlier this season on a stakes-filled card at Northside. Hard to leave out of any ticket. A fair somewhere in his last start, rallied from 5th at the 3/4 and was a winner in 2:01 and 3 for Rodney Gillis and trainer Sean McDonald. So I think a fair somewhere will be on the move late and maybe pick up the pieces to round out the try. And I'll go to Gordy's top selection, Lori Merchandise, in a pretty competitive looking third here, 4-1 on the morning line. A couple of good closing quarters here for Lori Merchandise and Ambrose Gillis and Dion Gillis, who owns from Strathlorn. 28 flat and 28 and 3 in her last 2 starts, and she's hit the board in 4 of 6, looking for her first win on the season. 7, 1, 6, 4 are my top 4 selections. Gordy's on with 4, 1, 7, 2 as the entries make their way to the track for post parade for tonight's third race.
Thank you very much, Shane. As you were mentioning there, fair somewhere, Mark Campbell gets the drive here. He's catch driving. A fair somewhere for owner trainer Sean McDonald. Rodney Gillis was hooked out the entire mile in his last start, but he came up a winner in 2:01 and 3/5. A fair somewhere in Rodney Gillis. A good race in his very latest. Here in race number 3, the entries are moving down the backside. We're going to have Mr. Justin Turnbull, who does a race each and every week here at the Inverness Raceway and at the Northside Downs. Welcome in, Mr. Justin Turnbull.
The entries for the third are now on track for post parade. The 1, Dirty Bobby, is owned by Redmond Doucette and Andy Stewart. Lennon McIsaac trains. Welcome home, Damian McClellan. He'll drive the 1, Dirty Bobby. From post 2 is Bees Terrific, is owned by the CC Stables, trained by Chris Coven. Keith Legg drives the 2. Bees Terrific. 3 Whistler is owned, trained, and driven by Sandy McNeil. The 3 is Whistler. 4 Lorry Merchandise is owned by Dion Gillis, trained and driven by Ambrose Gillis. The 4 Lorry Merchandise. 5 Cruisin' Again is owned and trained by Lily Watson. Keegan Madden aboard the 5 Cruisin' Again. 6 Affair Somewhere is owned and trained by Sean McDonald. Mark Campbell drives the 6 Affair Somewhere. And rounding out the field is the 7 Candid Cameron for Colin and Carol Rankin. Colin does the training. Arden Mofford aboard the 7 Candid Cameron. Down to 5 minutes to post time here on the evening's third race. Tractor Exactor Superfecta. Win Place show wagering. Down to 5 minutes till third race post time. For first here in the evening's third race, I'll go to the back tier, post 7 with Candid Cameron. The 12-year-old gelding by Sports Rider comes in off a second place finish at Northside Downs on July the 20th, where he was a second place finisher to Crosscut, who we will see later on in the afternoon's 5th. He did close it out in 31-2, but paced his mile in 59-4. He's got 2 wins this season from 12 starts, so for first, I'll go to Candid Cameron and Arden Mofford here in the third. For second, I'll go to the outside tier, post 6 with Affair Somewhere. He does come in off a win last week for Rodney Gillis in the non-winners of 601s, where he did chart in 2-1-3, closed out 31 in the piece. 2 starts down, was a 7th place finisher, but did come home in 29-1 for a mile in 2-3. He's got 3 wins this season from 11 starts. So for second, I'll go to Mark Campbell in Affair Somewhere. For third, I'll go to the 5 entry with Cruisin' Again, who's owned and trained by Lily Watson. Keegan Madden's in the bike this evening. Comes in off a 6th place finish to Affair Somewhere, charting in 2-2-1, closed out in 31-2. The 7-year-old gelding by Yankee Cruisers got 1 win this season from 8 starts. So for third, I'll go to the 5, Cruisin' Again, and Keegan Madden. For superfecta players in the evening's third, I'll go to the rail entry, Dirty Bobby, owned by Redmond Doucette and Andy Stewart. Lennon McIsaac trains. Does pick up Damian McClellan this evening, who comes home from Ontario. Dirty Bobby comes in off a 4th place finish to Affair Somewhere last week in 2-2-1. Closed out 31-3. He's got 2 wins this season from 5 starts. So for fourth, I'll go to the rail, Dirty Bobby and Damian McClellan. 7, 6, 5, 1 are my top 4 selections. Good luck with yours. Final call for wagering here on the evening's third race. Starter has called the entries into the gate. It's post time. This evening's third race lines up with a field of 7. Dirty Bobby, Damian McClellan, Beast Terrific, Keith Legg, Whistler, Sandy McNeil, Lori Merchandise, Ambrose Gillis, Cruising Again, Keegan Madden, Affair Somewhere, Mark Campbell, and in the back tier 7, Candid, Cameron, Ferrard, and Mofford. Third race of the evening, Gathering Night 2026, comes to the top of the stretch. Here they come. They're off and pacing, great looking start. Dirty Bobby along the rail, Beast Terrific. And Lori Merchandise, she's joining them on the outside third. From the back tier, Candid, Cameron fourth. Fifth will be Whistler. On the outside, sixth is Affair Somewhere. And the early trailer back there in seventh, that's Cruising Again. Damian McClellan had rail control. He's up front with Dirty Bobby. Parked on the outside is Bees Terrific. Candid Cameron from the back tier goes third. Lori Merchandise fourth. A little bit of gap to fifth to Whistler. Then sixth is Cruising Again. And Affair Somewhere trails. The opening quarter was stepped in 29 and 4. Dirty Bobby, he's up front for Damian McClellan. Candid Cameron sitting in the 2-hole, and he's pulling pocket early. Coming to the half, Beast Terrific is third. Lori Merchandise underway from fourth. Affair Somewhere, he's underway fifth. And then the 2 trailers, Whistler and Cruising Again. They're halfway home in the third. Dirty Bobby the leader. Candid Cameron, he pulled early, and he's on the outside second. Third along the rails, Beast Terrific. The half was up in 59 and 4. Good rating by McClellan. 30 seconds in the second panel. Candid Cameron coming to call on the outside second. Beast Terrific third. Lori Merchandise advances fourth. Affair Somewhere fifth. Whistler is sixth. Are Cruising Again off the cones at seventh as they're arriving at 3/4 pole now. Dirty Bobby along the rail. Candid Cameron first up, second. Bees Terrific is third. Lori Merchandise on the outside third. 3/4 was stepped in 1:31 and 2. They're going to have to start to pick them up, and they're going to have to start to put them down real soon. Dirty Bobby, he looks to take Damian McClellan wire to wire as they're at the top of the stretch. Dirty Bobby the leader. Beast Terrific is second as they're coming to the wire. Welcome home, Damian McClellan. He'll go wire to wire with Dirty Bobby. Beast Terrific is second. There was 3 of them across the track for third. Dirty Bobby and Damian McClellan stopped the clock in 2:02 flat. The afternoon's third race was the George and Elizabeth Copley Memorial Pace. George and Elizabeth Copley were supporters of the Inverness Raceway over the years. George owned several horses and dedicated much of his time to volunteer at the racetrack. Their sons also became involved in the sport with Jimmy training and driving horses. George and Lizzie were always there to present and cheer them on. Today, 3 generations of the Copley family continue to participate in harness racing. The afternoon's third race was the George and Elizabeth Copley Memorial Pace. Family and friends will be trackside with the cooler presentation here in the third. Parading back from the lower turn into the Denmark Acres winner's circle here in the evening's third race is the 1 entry, Dirty Bobby. The 6-year-old bay pacing gelding by Peng Shui from the Ameripan Gigolo Dam. Flurgy is owned by Redmond Doucette and Andy Stewart, trained by Lennon McIsaac. Welcome back home, Damian McClellan. He's in the bike for the win. Third win on the season for Dirty Bobby. That'll be his 15th lifetime. Time of the mile was 2:02 flat. Family and friends trackside with the cooler presentation in the George and Elizabeth Copley Memorial Pace. This evening's third race is now official. Dirty Bobby, the race winner. Bees Terrific second. Whistler was 7th. Lori Merchandise 5th. Cruisin' Again was 3rd. Affair Somewhere 6th. Candid Cameron was 4th. Fractions were 29 and 4, 59 and 4, 131 and 2. And the mile 2:02 flat. Top Dairy program should read 127, 536. 4 on the bottom. The 1, Dirty Bobby, paid $550, $220, and $260. The 2, Bees Terrific, $280 and $290. And the 5, Cruisin' Again, $26 to show. The exactor here in this evening's third paid $24.80. The triactor paid $296.80. And the superfecta come in at $54.92. Fourth race comes up next in 13 minutes.
Up and coming here in the fourth. At number 6, JJ's Knight's Image. Mr. Darren Crow is in the sulky. Darren Crow on the 6, JJ's Knight's Image. Number 7, Drink Up Muchacho, takes off the open, the hood with cups, and he goes to a closed bridle. It also adds a tail tie. Up and coming in the fourth, it's the Alistair and Desmond McQuarrie Memorial Pace. Post time set for 8:10 in 12 minutes. Once again, our congratulations go out to Mark Campbell. He was the winner of the Atlantic Region driving competition at the Summerside Raceway earlier on in the season by virtue of 4 wins in a row in that competition. Keith Legg will also head up to represent the Atlantic region. He finished with 2 wins on that competition. They'll be joined by Tyler Borth and Jody Jameson from Ontario, Nick Boyd and Stefan Brasseau, out of Eastern Ontario, the Western region representatives, Phil Geisbrecht and Kelly Hort. Those 8 will head on to Clinton Raceway in Ontario on Sunday afternoon for the national driving competition. The winner to be represented in the world driving competition on home soil here in 2027. On parade from the lower turn are the entries here in the 4th. Condition field nominators 451 last 5. They go for a purse of $11.75. AB's Future, a 13-year-old driven to win stud, scoring on the rail, owned by G.G. Stone and Max Stable. Bernie McDonald trains Rodney Gillis in the sulky. The 2 is MJ Ray, a 4-year-old roll with Terry, owned by Ryder McLean. Andrew McLean trains and drives. Effie May K at a post 3, owned by Donnie Cochran. Walter Walker trains and drives. Up in post 4, it's Rankinville Seamus, an 8-year-old vintage master, owned, trained, and driven by Sandy McNeil. 5, Starship SLX, owned, trained, and driven Mr. Kevin Bailey. Congratulations on win number 800 for Kevin Bailey on Monday afternoon at the Northside Downs. JJ's Night's Image has Darren Crow this evening for owner-trainer Eileen Beaton. And rounding out the field, Drink Up Muchacho, a 3-year-old shadow play. Owned and trained by J.J. McDonald, Mr. Redmond Doucette is in the sulky. This is the Alistair and Desmond McQuarrie Memorial Pace, and the entries go to post in 4 minutes. We're back here in the booth here at the Inverness Raceway. The entries are on the way back, second and final score, and we're down to 3 minutes on post time. My selection here in race number 4, I went to the 3. Effie May K, a 3-year-old by Tobago K's, owned by Donnie McCachran at Upper Marguerite. Walter Walker does the training and the driving, a non-winner on the season, but racing very competitively, has 1 place and 2 shows to show for those 5 starts. Effie May Clay. That's my top selection here in the 4th. For second, I went to the 2, MJ Ray, and he left at a post 2 in his last start. He went wire to wire. The owner is Ryder McLean at Inverness. Father, Andrew McLean, is in the sulky. For third, I went to the back tier and drink up a Chacho in 7 starts this season, 3 wins, 3 seconds, and 1/3 paced a mile in 2 minutes and 4/5. Top reinsman Redmond Doucette is in the sulky. And for fourth, I went to the rail entry. EB's Future, a 13-year-old, driven to win stallion for the GG Stone and Max stable. He had a Port Hood Bernie McDonald conditions. He just has 2 shows to show for those 7 starts on the season, but he looks very comfortable in this field, and certainly the rail doesn't hurt. 3, 2, 7, and 1, my selection. Over to Shane Ryan.
Thanks, Gordy, and we've both landed on the 3 entry here. Effie Make Hay as our top selection, 5-2 on the morning line. Looking for that first win again, as Gordy said, on the season, but the last start here on the move early and a really good closing quarter of 28-2. Effie Make Hay, the Tobago Cays filly, she's charted in 2 minutes and change in her last 3 trips, all with closing quarters better than 30 seconds. So might be time for her to find the winner's circle tonight. She's looking for her 4th lifetime victory for Walter Walker, who comes in with a 5.94 driving average from just 17 trips behind the gate for Donald McCachran. For second, I went to the rail. Actually, Gordy had mentioned AB's Future, and just 2/3 from 7 starts, but draws the rail, which is a big advantage here at Inverness. We saw it in the last race with Dirty Bobby in a pretty competitive field. And picks up Rodney Gillis again, and Rodney was in the bike last start with AB's Future, and again another great closing quarter of 28-2, and that was his fastest charted mile here on the season, 2-1-2. So I think AB's Future, not the strongest lever, but I think he'll be situated in the top 3 early and stick around late. For the Triactor players, I went to the 7, Drink Up Muchacho, who's taken a lot of support at currently the favorite here at 3-5 for Redmond Doucette, and JJ McDonald, 7 top 3 finishes from 7 starts, have been on the board all season. We'll see how the back tier works out for Drink Out Muchacho. And if you're playing the Superfecta, I'm on the 4 as well, or I'm on the 4, Rankinville Seamus for owner, trainer, driver Sandy McNeil. A good start in his last one, 4th, but charted in 2 minutes and 4/5, and a great closing quarter of 29 seconds flat. 3-1-7-4, my top 4 selections, 3-2-7-1 for Gordy. Final call at the windows, the evening's 4th at Inverness.
The entries are moving on the backside. Did I get you there? They weren't. They are now. Jesus Christ, I'm all over this wire. Entries come to the top of the lane here in the 4th. AB's Future, MJ Ray, Effie May K, Rankinville Seamus, Starship, SLX, JJ's Knight's Image in the backfield, Drink Up Muchacho, field of 7. Here in the 4th, it's post time. Down off of the gate and away, and AB's Future heads out for the lead. Drink Up Muchacho, right on his helmet there, 2nd, 3rd on the outside. That is Effie May K. In 4, that is MJ Ray. Up here in 5, and that is Rankinville Seamus. At a 6, JJ's Knight's Image. And in the backfield, it's Starship SLX. On towards 3/8 turn up front after opening quarter of 30-1. That is AB's Future. In a rain to Rodney Gillis. He's driving up front on the lead. Drink Up Muchacho. He's racing 2nd, getting a hole in 3rd, Effie May K. At a 4, that is MJ Ray. That a gap of 4 to Rankinville Seamus. JJ's Knight's Image on the move from the backfield. Starship SLX. They're on towards the 5/8 turn after a half mile. In a minute and 3/5 at AB's Future, still grabbing up front. Drink Up Muchacho. He pops in the 2, hold on towards the 3/4 to take over the lead. AB's Future scooting up the rail. That is Effie May K4 on the outside. It's MJ Ray. AB's Future down at the rail. He's not done yet. On the outside, Drink Up Muchacho. 1:31 and 4/5 past 3/4. AB's Future. Drink Up Muchacho. And here's Effie May K tipping out. He's going to go 3 deep through the lanes. AB's Future in the middle. Drink Up Muchacho on the outside. Effie May K very tight on the line between Effie May K and Drink Up Muchacho. 2:01 here in the 4th. Very tight on the line between the 3, Effie May K. He's at $5.20 and the 7, Drink Up Muchacho. The Public's Choice at $3.80. The judges have called for a win photo. Quite a finish here in the Alistair and Desmond McQuarrie Memorial Pace. It looks like we're going to have to cut that cooler in half. At dead heat, unofficially here in the 4th between the 3, Effie May K, and the 7, Drink Up Muchacho. Coming back unofficially from the lower turn. First of all, here's the 3-year-old big pacing filly by Tobago K. He's in the Mach 3 mare, Timel Margarette. This horse is owned and bred by Donnie McCackert At Upper Marguerite, Walter Walker trains and drives. It's a maiden mark 201 and 1/5. Here's the 3-year-old filly, Effie McKay. Next, we're going to parade Drink Up Muchacho, a 3-year-old bit pacing gelding by Shadow Play of the Sports Rider mare, Twin B Cheeks. This horse was bred at the Windback Farm at a Chesapeake City, Maryland. Owned and trained by J.J. McDonald here in Inverness. Mr. Redmond Doucette in the sulky, 201 and 1/5. Fourth win on the season for Drink Up Muchacho. Dead heat here in the fourth between the 3, Effie May K, and the 7, Drink Up Muchacho. That's the Alistair and Desmond Macquarie Memorial Pace. Desmond was a strong supporter of Grampy and Nanny's involvement in harness racing. Alistair was not only an owner but also a trainer and a driver. Each year he made sure the lights were all set up for night racing here at the Inverness Raceway. Throughout his career he owned many horses, including Ace in Hand, Majestic Bouquet, and Danny Abbey, among others. Today the family honors Alistair and Desmond Macquarie. Cooler presentations to Effie May K and Drink Up Muchacho, a dead heat here on the fourth. And the fourth official, AB's Future 3, MJ Ray was 5, Effie May K, dead 8 for first. Rankinville Seamus 4, Starship SLX was 7, JJ's Knight's Image 6, and Drink Up Muchacho, dead 8 for win. 30 and 1, a minute and 3, 131 and 4, 201 and 1. Top the program, 3-5, 1 dead heat, 4-7-6, 1 dead heat on the bottom, 201 and 1/5. Up and coming, race number 5, it's the Madam McDonald Memorial Pace. Madam McDonald Memorial Pace up and coming. Take out the 7, Fear the Shadow. He's a judge's scratch. Our feature race on the program goes in race number 6. It's the Phil Pinckney Memorial. It's the Nova Scotia Stake for 2-year-old pacing fillies. They go for a whopping $20,200. A field of 7. Fox Harbor filly and Mark Campbell. Tobin's Girl Boss, Mary Claire McDonald, Lady of Malice, and Paul Langell. Dulcinea. Darren Crow is the catch driver. Dancing Lady Lou, Mick McGuigan, Wicked Vicky, Redmond Doucette, and Here for the Party, and Keith Legg in the sulky. That's the 2-year-old pacing fillies Phil Pinckney Memorial for $20,200. That's our feature. That goes in race number 6. Payoffs in the 4th to follow. Happy birthday wishes going out to Mallory Christine Doucette. Happy 19th birthday. That's a happy birthday to Mallory Christine Doucette on her 19th birthday. Happy birthday, Mal. Dead heat over in race number 4 across the board for the winners. Effie May Kay was 230, 260, and 210. Drica Bachacho, 210, 340, and 220 to show the one. AB's Future, $2.90. 3-7 Exacta, $5.40. 7-3 Exacta, $5.60. 3-7-1 Triacta, $17.60. 7-3-1, $21.90. 3-7-1 and 4, $16.10. 7-3-1 and 4, $20. and 50 cents. Up and coming, it's the Madam McDonald Memorial Pace take out the 7. Fear the Shadow. He's a judge's scratch. Up and coming here in race number 5, additional line. For number 1, Cross Cut, racing Monday afternoon at the Northside Downs in the non-winner 601. Last 5 starts, Cross Cut started post position 7 and finished up the winner for driver Joe Poirier. 159 and 3/5. Cross Cut the winner. Candid Cameron was second, and a Regally Magnified finished up third. The entries for the 5th are moving down the backside on towards Post Parade. On parade from the lower turn are the entries here in the 5th. Classification, number 601 last 5. They go for purse at 1,300. The Waters Cross Cut, a 10-year-old by McCardle. Owned by Caleb McNeil. Joe Poirier is in the sulky, a winner in 59 and 3/5 at the Northside Downs on Monday afternoon. At post 2, La Playa Deo, here's Damian McClellan back in the sulky for owner trainer Madison Poirier. 3 is Damn Lucky, an 11-year-old by Cam Luck, owned by Dion Gillis. Ambrose Gillis is in the sulky. Up in post 4, J.G.'s Jumanji, Travis McLean for Angus McLean and Ethan McLean. The 5-yacht Sealster by Cole Mullins, Angus McQuarrie, Bill Basker, and James Struthers, Zach Mullins up. The 6 here in front of us. Windermere Don't Matter, an 11-year-old articulator. Malcolm McCacken shares ownership with the trainer. Alex Sutherland, Campbell McIsaac in the sulky. The 7, Fear the Shadow, is a judge's scratch. This is the Madam McDonald Memorial Pace, a field of 6. Entries having 2 scores and moving to the gate. Entries on the way back, second and final score. We're down to 5 minutes now, 5 to go. We're back here in the booth at the Inverness Raceway to go over our selections. Myself and the Northside Downs track announcer, Mr. Shane Ryan, joins me here up in the booth. My selection here in the 5th, I went to the 2 La Playa Deo. Damian McClellan, who has been driving on the Ontario circuit in the last couple of years. He had over 600 drives this season up there in Ontario. He's home for Gathering Week here at the Inverness Raceway. He's up and aboard La Playa Deo, a 7-year-old by Sunshine Beach. He's had 7 starts. Just 2 shows to show for those 7 starts. But he looks like he has a little easier class here. Andrew McLean has been excellent in the sulky. And Damien gets the call here this evening, home from Ontario. For second, I went to the 1 Cross Cut at 11 starts. It's 12 now on the season, a 3-time winner. And he was a winner at the Northside Downs Monday afternoon in 59 3/5 Cross Cut for second. Up for third, I went to Yacht Sealster, a 1-time winner. Out of 8 starts, 2 seconds and 1/3. He paced in 2 minutes and 1/5. For Zach Mullins doing the driving for Cole Mullins, Angus McQuarrie, Bill Basker, and James Struthers. 2, 1, and 5 are my selections here in the 5th over the shank.
Thanks, Gordy, and we're both on the 2 here. Damien McClellan's looking to double up here on Gathering Night, and I think he's got a great shot with La Playa Deo. You notice on the program, 6-time winner last year from 28 starts and banked almost $8,000. I think Damien's going to try and set sail here with this one. The 7-year-old Sunshine Beach gelding for trainer and owner Madison Poirier. So the public on board now. Bet down to 1-4 here with just 3 minutes to post. We're on La Playa Deo up top here at Inverness tonight. For second, I went to the 5 Yacht Sealster, the classy 11-year-old shadow play gelding, $456,000 in the bank for Cole Mullins, Angus McQuarrie, William Basker, and Jimmy Struthers. Second in his last 2 with Zach in the bike, and they were both in this 5,000 optional claiming event after having dropped down from the 7,000 claimers. So this class seems to fit well for Yacht Sealster. Don't like the post as much, but I think he still can hit the ticket. For third, I went to the 3, Damn Lucky, who right now is at 6-1. And you'll notice in the last 3 lines there, Damn Lucky, 2 starts back, was in this class, non-winners of 6:01 here at Inverness, and finished second for Ambrose Gillis in 2:01 and 2, and was up as high as the non-winners at 12:80. So a bit of class relief and a little bit of post relief for Damn Lucky for the Triactor players. And if you're going to the Superfecta, I will go to the Northside Downs Invader Crosscut. Joe Poirier's got along well here, training and driving for owner Caleb McNeil. 3 wins in his last 5 starts. And another classy veteran here, 10-year-old by McCardle, who is closing in on $250,000 in career earnings. 2-5, 3-1 are my top 4 selections. Gordy's in with 2-1-5. Just 2 minutes to 5th race post time. Good luck with your selections as we celebrate 100 years of racing. Live from Inverness Raceway on Gathering Week 2026.
As we get set here for race number 5 on the season, and on the card here this evening, race number 5, 1 minute on post time. It's the Madam McDonald Memorial Pace, and up and coming in race number 6, it's our feature on the evening's racing. It's the Phil Pinckney Memorial. It's a Nova Scotia stake for 2-year-old pacing fillies, and they'll go for a purse of $20,200. The entries for the 5th are in the hands of your starter. Entries come to the top of the lane here in the 5th condition field. Now winner 6:01, they go for 1,300 crosscut. On the rail to play a Dale, Damn Lucky, GG's Jumanji, Yacht Sealster, and Windermere Don't Matter. A field of 6 comes through the lanes here at the Inverness Raceway. It's post time. Down off of the gate and away in La Playa Dale. Heads out for the lead crosscut. In at the rail, up here, third on the outside. That is Damn Lucky on the far outside. Windermere Don't Matter and Campbell McIsaac. Up to challenge the later La Playa Dale. Windermere Don't Matter is going to take a seat here in second. Back 3 lengths and Damn Lucky. 4, that is Crosscut. Driving up in 5, JG's Jumanji. And in the backfield, that is Yacht Sealster. Past the stable turn, opening time, 30 seconds even. By the quarter, up front on the lead, it's Damian McClellan and La Playa Deo. Driving here second, that is Windermere Don't Matter. Off the top turn and on toward the half mile, La Playa Deo. In at the rail, Windermere Don't Matter. Crosscut to Joe Poirier. Pop to the outside to Sacrifice. First over to follow there. That is JG's Jumanji, Damn Lucky. And then Yacht Sealster. 1:03 by the half mile, 3/4 up and coming now, and La Playa Deo by 1/4 of a length. Here is Crosscut on the outside, driving up here third. In at the rail, it's Windermere Don't Matter. Then Damn Lucky, JG's Jumanji, and Yacht Sealster. Stable turn, second and final time. La Playa Deo, 1:30 and 4/5, past 3/4. Up here on the outside and challenging, that is Crosscut. They're driving through lanes here in the 5th at the Inverness Raceway. La Playa Deo at the rail. Crosscut on the outside is up to win it. La Playa Deo is second. Windermere Don't Matter drives in for third. Crosscut, Joe Poirier, 2 minutes, 1/5 here in the 5th. Happy birthday wishes going out to Riker McLean. Happy birthday wishes going out to Riker McLean. Happy birthday, Riker! A big shout out going out to Byron McGinnis, who's watching from Ottawa. A shout out going to Byron McGinnis, who's watching from Ottawa. We wish you were here. Coming back to the Denmark Acres Water Circle, 10-year-old black pacing gelding by McCardle. And the Red River Hanover mare, Miss Scarlet. This horse was bred by Steve Stewart, Julie, and Francine Dash. Out of Kentucky, owned by Caleb McNeil out of Sydney. Mr. Joe Poirier drives cross-cut to a win at the Northside Downs on Monday afternoon. He's back in the winter circle here at the Inverness Raceway on Wednesday evening. 2 minutes, 1/5, capturing top honors in the Madam McDonald Memorial Pace. And a cooler presentation to Crosscut and Joe Poirier. Madam McDonald, he was an owner and a trainer of horses, including Marguerite Al and Silver Creek Vic. In his later years, he assisted Jamie and Ann Walker stable and trained a horse named Norva Brook. Since no one would lend him a cart to jog with, he trained by driving Nova Brook on horseback. This evening, the family of Matt is here to present a blanket in his memory to the winner here in race number 5, Crosscut, Joe Poirier and Caleb McNeil. Across the board for the winner, 1663.10 at $3. The place entry, the Tula Playa Deo, 210, 230, show the 6. Windermere don't matter, $3.90. 1263, Super, $35. The exacta 1 and 2 at Quebec, $12.70. $12.70 for that exacta combination. The triacta combination in race number 5, it was 1, 2, and 6, and a 1, 2, 6 triacta combination came back $87.90. Up and coming, it's race number 6, the Phil Pinckney Memorial. It's a Nova Scotia stake for 2-year-old pacing fillies. They go for a purse $20,200 for the call of race number 6. We're gonna go to Northside Downs. Track announcer, Mr. Shane Ryan. Rundown in the 5th, Crosscut, the winner, La Playa Dale's Second Damn Lucky 4. JG's Jumanji 5, Yacht Sealster 6, Windermere Don't Matter 3. Fear the Shadow was scratched by the judges. From the top, a 1, 2, 4, 3, 6. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 3. Scratched on the bottom. Crosscut, Joe Poirier. 2 minutes, 1/5. Here the 5th. That shout out going out to Byron McGuinness, who's watching from Ottawa. Hello from all your family and friends.
Entries on track for post parade for the evening. 6th race, Phil Pinckney Memorial, Nova Scotia Stake, 2-year-old pacing fillies. Fox Harbor Filly, the one. Owned by Shirley Symes, trained by Landon Campbell, and driven by Mark Campbell. 2, Tobin's Girl Boss for Claire McDonald, Ian Tate, and Kevin McFadgen. Claire trains and drives. 3, Lady of Malice is owned by James Trainer and Kyle Williams. Kyle Williams trains with Paul Angel. 4, Dulcinea for Kevin Harvey and Rudge Racing. Darren Crow training and driving. 5, Dancin' Lady Lou for the Little Pond Stables and Jonathan McDonald. Mike McGuigan, your trainer driver. Wicked Vicky 6 is owned by Mitchell Ellsworth, trained by Joe Baxter, and driven tonight by Redmond Doucette. 7, Here for the Party rounds out the field for owners Clarissa Marr, Renison Racing Incorporated, and Ian McDonald. George Renison trains. Keith Legg is in the sulky. It's a field of 7 for the Phil Pinckney Memorial Nova Scotia Stake for 2-year-old pacing fillies. It starts the pick 4 here on Gathering Wednesday evening in Inverness, along with Triactor Exactor, Superfecta, and Win Play Show Wagering. There's 5 minutes to 6th race post time. Want to send out a happy birthday greeting again tonight. Francis McIsaac celebrating a birthday. Happy birthday, Francis, from your family and friends here at Inverness. And we want to welcome a couple of special visitors tonight to Inverness. Kevin and Zach Lakes. They're joining us from Trot Magazine. They're doing a story on Gathering Week at 100th anniversary here at Inverness, and boy, they're in for a great show here tonight with just a spectacular crowd, and the weather has cooperated amazingly, and just a fantastic night for racing and big crowd on hand. So welcome to Kevin and Zach this evening. So field of 7 to contest tonight's 6th race with 4 minutes to post time. I landed on the 3-entry Lady of Malice. Paul Angel teams up with Kyle Williams, who co-owns with James Trainer. This one comes in off a dominant win in the PEI Colt Stakes at Summerside. 13-length victory in 159-2, just 2 starts. The first one, though, was strong as well. A 4th place finish, but check out the closing quarter for the 2-year-old filly by Malicious, 27-4. So she draws a good post. She's in off that dominant win. And right now, a nice price here, $11.30 on 3, Lady of Malice, our top selection in the 6th. Update on tonight's 50-50, which is always massive here on Gathering Week at Inverness. Currently stands at $2,447, so you want to get in on the big draw, which comes up later on this evening. But again, already over $2,400 for tonight's 50-50. You're playing the exactor here in the 6th. I went to the 1 Fox Harbor filly for Mark Campbell, trainer Landon Campbell, and owner Shirley Symes. Fox Harbor fillies had 2 starts and rallied well to finish 3rd in the PEI stake. It was a gold division, 2 minutes flat. Mark was in the bike. Good closing quarter of 29 3/5. The Malicious filly, now she draws inside, and she could be very dangerous here off the rail with Mark in the bike, and taking a lot of support right now as a second favorite here at 2-1. We'll use 1 Fox Harbor filly to round out the exactor. For the Triactor players, I went to the back tier 7, Here for the Party. It makes her 3rd career start, the Sunshine Beach filly for trainer George Renison. Keith Legg drove her to a victory in a PEI Colt Stakes at Summerside in 59-4 with a good closing quarter, 29 flat. She is stuck in the back tier here, but can follow with the one Fox Harbor filly, so I think Keith can get her situated up close near the lead, and if she races like she did in her last start at Summerside, she's a major player in here as well. And 3-1 on the morning line right now. You're getting a nice price, $13.40 on 7 here for the party to round out the try. Another birthday greeting to send out tonight here at Inverness. Ethan McLean celebrating his 20th birthday. Happy birthday, Ethan, from your family and friends here at Inverness. Playing the Superfecta here in tonight's 6th race. I went to the 5 Dancin' Lady Lou for the Little Pond Stables and Jonathan McDonald. Mike McGuigan's your trainer driver, 5th in her latest try, but did charter mile in 59-1, and you notice 3 starts back, was on the lead the whole way, and just got nipped by Mrs. Gallant and paced her mile in 58-2. So she could be one that might be trying to set sail for the lead here off that good start, 3 starts back at Charlottetown. And right now she is at 970 here on a pretty even betting board as we get set to go to post. Three, 1, 7, 5 are my top 4 selections. Good luck with yours. Final call for wagering on tonight's 6th at Inverness. Starter calls the fillies. It's post time for tonight's 6th. We're on the 3 entry here. Lady of Malice for Paul Langell. Now the slight favorite. Paul, the winner in the Governor's Plate aboard Get Wings on Saturday evening at Summerside. And what a race it was. Congratulations to Paul. Trainer Von Doyle got his first Governor's Plate win. Congratulations, Von. Well done, and best of luck. Get Wings has been on quite a roll here in 2026. 6th race of the evening from Inverness in the hands of the starter. It's post time. Field of 7. 2-year-old fillies, the purse $20,200. It's Fox Harbor filly and Mark Campbell. Tobin's Girl Boss, Claire McDonald. Lady of Malice and Paul Langell. Dulcinea, Darren Crow. Dancin' Lady Lou, Mike McGuigan. Wicked Vicky, Redmond Doucette. The lone trailer here for the party. Keith Legg, fillies through the stretch. Here they come. They're off and pacing 5 wide. They're leaving out there into the turn, and a bit rough gated was Dancin' Lady Lou. She jumped it off. Tobin's Girl Boss emerges with the lead. Lady of Malice and Langell, they're powering up on the outside. Second, Dulcinea got away third. Fourth down the backstretch for time 1 is a Fox Harbor filly. Underway 5th. There goes Keith Legg, and here for the party, the early trailers are Wicked Vicky, and at the back after the early miscue, Dancin' Lady Lou, Lady of Malice, and Paul Langell. They're leading it early. 31 seconds flat, open it up, and a speed duel now up front here. Here for the party. What an appropriate name for Wednesday night at Inverness and Gathering Week. She tucks in now, second round the turn for the first time. Tobin's Girl Boss looks at it from third. Dulcinea stayed in fourth. There goes Campbell. Fox Harbor Filly, she's underway, first up fifth. There's cover there, sixth for Wicked Vicky, and the trailer seventh here for at the inside is Dancing Lady Lou, opening half mile, stepped in a minute. 2/5, 29 and 2 in the second. Lady of Malice takes them back, stretch bound at 3/4. Fox Harbor Filly on the outside looms the danger second. Here for the party down at the cones third. Wide fourth, the Wicked Vicky. Sixth, fifth at the inside, Tobin's Girl Boss. Then Dulcinea and the trailer. Dancing Lady Lou. Dancing up front at 3/4 is Langell. And Lady of Malice in one. 31 and 4, back on second at the inside here for the party. Stoll first up third, Fox Harbor Filly. It's the Nova Scotia Phil Pinckney stake for 2-year-old pacing fillies at Inverness on Gathering Wednesday night. And Lady of Malice, oh, did she ever come to play today? She's a going away winner for Paul Angel. Here for the party, gets second. Fox Harbor Filly finishes third. Oh, she closed it out in 28 and 2 for a mile and 2 minutes. 1/5. There's Lady of Malice returning back to the sixth race. Winner's Circle at Inverness, the 2-year-old. Brown Filly by Malicious is out of the Sports Writer Dam. Karen's Choice. Bred by Jeff Henniger. Owned by James Trainer from Ellerslie and Kyle Williams from Coleman, Prince Edward Island. Kyle does the training. Paul Angel in the bike. That's back-to-back wins for the filly, with Paul doing the driving for both. She got her second win and her third. A lifetime start, cooler presentation. Megan McCory trackside with that beautiful Phil Pinckney Memorial cooler. It's going back to PEI tonight as Lady of Malice for Williams, Trainer, and Langell. They capture the Phil Pinckney Memorial Stake. We'll send out congratulations to Paul on that fantastic drive, winning the Governor's Plate with Get Wings on Saturday night in Summerside. An absolute terrific stretch drive in the Governor's Plate. Congratulations to Paul and the connections. Lady of Malice and Langell, they win the Phil Pinckney Memorial. In the sixth at Inverness in 2 minutes, 1/5. Evening's sixth race is now official. Fox Harbor Filly was third. Tobin's Girl Boss fourth. Lady of Malice, the race winner. Dulcinea was sixth. Dancin' Lady Lou seventh. Wicked Vicky fifth. Here for the Party finished second. Fractions were 31, a minute and 2, 1:31 and 4, and the mile 2 minutes and 1/5 for 3. Lady of Malice. From the top down, it's 3, 4, 1, 6, 7, 5, 2 on the bottom. Lady of Malice paid $5.20, $2.50 and $2.10. Here for the Party, $4.10 and $2.90. And Fox Harbor Filly, $3 to show. 3-7 exactor in the sixth, $15.50. The 3-7-1 try at $19.80. 20-cent superfecta, 3-7-1-2, $29.35. And the pick 5 tonight, 5 of 5 on a 20-cent ticket. It returned $58.50. Seventh race from Inverness comes up next. It's the Malcolm, Janet, and Stanley McQuarrie Memorial Pace Field of 6. No program changes. Post time in 14 minutes.
I realize it's a busy evening here this evening, but at this time, we would like to ask everyone to join us in a moment of silence in memory of the late Angus McQuarrie, who passed away last night. Angus was a true icon at the Inverness Raceway. Throughout the years, he was a respected trainer, owner, executive member, and an associate judge. He was passionate about harness racing and was well known for owning outstanding horses such as JHJ, Nagy Aggie, Yacht Sealster, and Woodmere Novak, just to name a few. Angus's dedication, leadership, and love for the sport helped shape Inverness Raceway into what it is today. He will be deeply missed by his family, friends, and the entire racing community. Please join us in a moment's silence in memory of the late Angus McQuarrie. We thank you very much. Entries moving down the backside on towards Post Parade here in the 7th. The Malcolm, Janet, and Stanley McQuarrie Memorial Pace. Field of 6 going to Post at 9:25 in 7 minutes. Big crowd on hand here this evening. We urge you to get in and wager early. On parade from the lower turn are the entries here in the 7th. Down winners of 1,001 last 5. Also eligible $9,000 claiming they go for purse $1,700. Big Boy Hill is drawn the rail, owned and trained by Joe Nearing. Redmond Doucette in the Salt Key. Don't believe me, just watch as Paul Langell here this evening. For Susan McSween, Wayne Hardy, and Randy Ghetto. Dana Ghetto does the training. The 3 is Hippie John, Damian McClellan for the estate of Roderick Smith, Mary McQuarrie trains. Here's the 4, Windermere Best Man. Beverly McIsaac shares ownership with the trainer-driver Donald Gillis. The 5 talks some smack. As Travis McLean. For owner-trainer Kevin McDonald. Rounding out the field, here's Galway Bay. 3-year-old, Somewhere Fancy, owned, trained, and driven by Monica Sutherland. Field of 6 here in the Malcolm, Janet, and Stanley McQuarrie Memorial Pace. They go to Post in 5.
So about 4 minutes to post time to tonight's 7th race. It's the Malcolm, Janet, and Stanley McQuarrie Memorial Pace, and a really competitive group of high-end condition pacers here. I landed on the 2 entry, Don't Believe Me, Just Watch, 5-2 on the morning line. Ships up from Northside Downs for Randy Ghetto, Wayne Hardy, and Susan McSween. Dana Ghetto, and they team up with Paul Angel tonight. Paul, of course, just capturing that Phil Pinckney Memorial Stake for 2-year-old fillies, and he hops on board the 9-year-old He's Watching Gelding, looking for his first win here on the season, but he does have 5 top 3 finishes from just 8 starts, and you'll notice last year had an excellent year at Northside. 6 wins, 18 top 3 finishes from just 26 starts, and was a winner in 56-3. So I think Paul can sit in here and get well situated at the inside. I think there's a lot of speed leaving here in this race. I expect Big Boy Hill to leave off the rail. I think Damien and Hippie John may be trying to set sail, and Windermere Best Man can leave really well as well. So I expect the inside 3 and 4 to be powering out of there, and maybe Langell sits second, third with Don't Believe Me, Just Watch, and rallies into it. And we'll see if he can pick up the pieces here to get his first win on the season. For second, I went to the 3-entry Hippie John, Damian McClellan for Mary McQuarrie in the estate of Roderick Smith. The last start here, and the winner's over, so drops down in class. Had to rally from off the pace, which is not an easy thing to do here at Inverness, and does show an interference on the chart line. 2 starts back, though, was a great winner for Redmond Doucette in 58 flat. On a 2-hole trip over I Got Socks and Southfield Sandy, and he's hit the board in 2 of his last 3. So I think Hippie John is in the mix here for sure. For third, I went to the 5-entry Talk Some Smack, who I thought we might get a bit of a longer shot price on, 5-1 on the morning line. And I like that last start here at Inverness. Keegan Madden was in the bike. But you'll notice on the chart line, got away 7th, 6th at the half, was 3 wide down the backstretch, and still closed in to finish 3rd and paced a great closing quarter of 28-2. I think there's going to be some early speed here in this race, as mentioned, and I think Talk Some Smack might be one to rally from off the pace here to hit the ticket. And if you're playing the Superfecta, I went to the 1 Big Boy Hill, Redmond Doucette for Joe Nearing, who owns and trains. Redmond drove Big Boy Hill last year at Northside and got along really well with him. He had 4 wins from 23 starts, and he really likes the engine. So his last start at Northside on July 11th was on the lead for Keegan Madden. Just got nipped by a neck to Kiss Me I'm Irish, so I expect Big Boy Hill to be leaving here. Not sure if he's going to be the one to cut the mile or not, but he should get a good trip from the inside. 2, 3, 5, 1 are my top 4 selections. Gordy McNeil, he's on the 3. Hippie John on top for Damien McClellan. He's went to the 6, Galway Bay, who was a hard one to leave off the ticket. You look at her summary, the 3-year-old Somewhere Fancy gelding. All 1s, 2s, and 3s basically this season, has been on the board in 7 of 8 starts. We'll probably have to rally from last, though, so we'll see how the tempo is in this one. And then Gordy, for the Triactor players, he went to the 1 Big Boy Hill, and he rounded out the Superfecta with 2 Don't Believe Me, Just Watch. Set up for a really competitive 7th, the Malcolm Janet and Stanley McCrory Memorial. Pretty much final call at the windows. Good luck with your selections here on the 7th as we celebrate the 100th anniversary of Inverness Raceway in Gathering Week 2026.
The entries for the 7th have been called to the gate. The entries for the 7th condition field also eligible, $9,000 claiming. They go for purse of $1,700. Field of 6, Big Boy Hill on the rail and Redmond Doucette. Don't Believe Me, Just Watch, and Paul Langell. Hippie John and Damien McClellan. You hit a post 3. Windermere Best Man and Danny Gillis. Talk Some Smack and Travis McLean, Galway Bay. And a Monica Sutherland. Field of 6 in the Malcolm Janet and Stanley McCrory Memorial Pace. Field for the 7th comes through the lane. Crossing over quickly. That is Windermere Best Man driving up here second. That is the 1. Big Boy Hill up in 3rd. Don't Believe Me, Just Watch. Yeah, a 4. That is Hippie John driving up in 5. Talk Some Smack in the backfield there. And that is Galway Bay. Popping up in the 3-hole up the challenge. The pace setter, Windermere Best Man. That is Don't Believe Me, and Paul Langell hooked out her on the outside. He's trying to duck back in the 2-hole. Up here 3rd, that is Big Boy Hill. 29 2/5 past the opening quarter, activity in the backfield as we come to the half mile now. Up front down the lead, Windermere Best Man. Second on the outside, here's Hippie John and Damian McClellan. Third at the rail, don't believe me, just watch. Driving the second over cover perfectly is Travis McLean. Up here in 5, that is Big Boy Hill in the backfield. Galway Bay has yet to make a move. 58 2/5. They were on past. The half mile, 3/4 up and coming. Windermere Best Man comes to play here this evening. Driving up here second on the outside. That is Hippie John, 128 1/5, past 3/4. Talk Some Smack starts to get in gear. Then here comes Big Boy Hill and Galway Bay. They're all bunched up. We're driving through the lane. Windermere Best Man, Hippie John, Talk Some Smack on the outside. Talk Some Smack is up to win it. For second, Hippie John looked like up for third. Big Boy Hill, 158 1/5 here in the 7th. Race winning trip, 158 1/5. Talk Some Smack, Travis McLean here in the 7th. Coming back to receive a hat. All starters here in race number 7. Being donated by the McCrory family. Galway Bay, Windermere Best Man, cut out those fractions. The McQuarrie family has always been passionate race fans, especially when it comes to cheering their son and brother Trapper. Janet enjoyed placing bets on the races, while Malcolm served as a judge at the Inverness Raceway. This evening, they will present a blanket in memory of the McQuarrie family to the race winner. We also want to take a moment to remember Angus McQuarrie, who passed away last evening, and he was an active participant at the Inverness Raceway for many years, serving as manager and owning plenty of horses. Hippie John and Damian McClellan. Don't believe me, just watch. And Paul Langell back to receive the hats donated by the McQuarrie family. Travis McLean is back for a couple of weeks. We're working from out west, and it's a good thing for Talk Some Smack that he's back from out west. Coming back a winner to the Denmark Acres Winter Circle, 7-year-old Bippies and gelding by Artspeak and the Australia's mare, Astriana. Owned and trained by Kevin McDonald. Yet Port Hood. Travis McLean in the sulky. Good stretch finish. Last quarter, 30 seconds for a mile, 1:58 and 1/5. Capturing top honors in the Malcolm, Janet, and Stanley Macquarie Memorial Pace. And at trackside, that cooler presentation, quite an entourage. For the pitcher in the Malcolm, Janet, and Stanley Macquarie Memorial Pace. 1:58 and 1. Talk Some Smack. Travis McLean. And the 7th official, Big Boy Hill was 3. Don't believe me, just watch 5. Hippie John was 2nd. Windermere Best Man was 4. Talk Some Smack. The winner in Galway Bay was 6. 29 and 2, 58 and 2. 128 and 1, 158 and 1. Top the card, 352, 4-1. 6 on the bottom, 158 and 1/5. Talk Some Smack. First win on the season. Travis McLean in the sulky, 158 and 1. 866, 53, 50 across the board. The place the 3. Hippie John and Damian McClellan. He's in town for Gathering Week. Also a winner on this evening's card of racing. 280 and 210. And for the show, Big Boy Hill, $2.50. The 5-3-1 try, 191.40. 5-3-1 and 4, $158.45. There were no 5-3s in the exacta. For the exactor, we paid off on 5 all. We paid off 5 all in the exactor. It came back $80.20. There were no 5-3s, so we paid off 5 all. It came back $80.20. Up and coming. It's race number 8. It's the first end, the late double. Raylene McLean, Memorial Pace, field of 7. And the entries are going as programmed. Another feature on this evening's card of racing. The winner's over. They go for $2,000 in our finale. Equipment change on the 3. What's up, Doc? Off with the open hood with the cups. And he goes to a closed bridle. That is race number 9, the Jamie and Ann Walker Memorial Pace. We're back here in the booth at the Inverness Raceway. Quite a crowd on hand here this evening. Talk some smack in the last one. A winner for Travis McLean in 58 1/5 for owner-trainer Kevin McDonald. Here in the 8th, race number 8, the first half of the late double, I landed on the 2, Betty White, a 5-year-old roan mare by Arthur Blue Chip, owned by Darlene and Brock McClellan. Zach Mullins does the training and the driving. He wasn't feeling his oats earlier on in the season. Talking to Donnie McClellan last week, he said he was coming around, and he certainly came around. Or she came around in that last start, paced the last quarter in 28 2/5 for a mile in 59 1/5 for trainer-driver Zach Mullins. For second, I went to the 3, a sure gain, an 8-year-old by Blue Burner, owned and trained by DFR Beaton out of Port Hood. Rodney Gillis does the driving, a non-winner on the season, 1 second and 2/3, but it's paced in 2 minutes and 59 here, and 1 start paced in 56 4/5 when Mappo's Lion was in town. For third, I went to the 5, Captain Tate, and in the last start he started from 6, and he started out from the lead. He got trapped in. He just shook loose through the stretch. In his last start, he was flying at the wire, and he paced a mile in 59 2/5. Walter Walker, the trainer, he is back in the sulky for James McGuinness out of Halifax. He'll be tough here in the 8th. And for fourth, I went to the 7, Onions to Go. You talk about somebody racing well. 3 wins on the season, a winner in his last start in 59 1/5 for Redmond Doucette. He jumps back here in the sulky. My selection in the Raylene McLean Memorial Pace here in race number 8, 2, 3, 5, and 7.
Thanks, Gordy, and we're on the same exactor here, just in a different order. I went to the 3, Sure Gain class dropper here. A little concerned about the last 2 years, 1 for 29 in the win column, but has been right in the winners over against the likes of Mappos Lions, Sea Laird, Stay Pumped. So I think the drop in class and the good post helps here. Betty White was sharp in that win, now moves up in class from the 601s to the 801s, but should get well situated here from post 2. For third, I went to the 4, Southfield Sandy. Thought we might get a price here. A very consistent horse in this optional 7,000 claimer. We'll see if Lewis McTonnell can get him to the front. He can leave with the best of them here at Inverness. And I've got to go to Captain Tate if you're playing the Superfecta. Don't like the post position, but 5 wins from 8 starts for the 3-year-old Captain Crunch Colt for James McGuinness and Walter Walker. 3, 2, 4, 5 for me. Gordy's on 2, 3, 5, 7. It's post parade time for tonight's 8th at Inverness.
On parade from the lower turn, here are the entries in race number 8. Condition Field, Delightful Wine, and Damian McClellan for Madison Poirier. On the rail, the 2 is Betty White. Zach Mullins for Darlene McClellan and Brock McClellan. The 3 is Sure Gain, Rodney Gillis for DFR Beaton. Next on post parade is the 4, Southfield Sandy, a 10-year-old Western Paradise, by Route 19 Racing, Lewis McTonnell. In the sulky, the 5, Captain Tate, owned by James McGuinness. Walter Walker is up. The 6 is Privilege, owned by Renison Racing and Robert Tate. Keith Legg is in the sulky for trainer George Renison. Onions to Go, owned by Doug McQuarrie and Eddie Benner. Mary McQuarrie does the training. Mr. Redmond Doucette in the sulky. A field of 7 for the Raylene McLean Memorial Pace, and it goes to post and 5. Our 50-50, it's a good one here this evening. We're over 3,100. Still got a chance to get a ticket, but it's your last call. We're going to draw upon completion here in race number 8. We're over 3,100 in our 50-50. Inverness, it's the best in the Maritimes. Megan, could you give Shannon a call, please? Megan, give Shannon a quick buzz, please. Entries on the way back. Second and final score down to 3 minutes. Post time. 3 to go. Our next card of racing here at the Inverness Raceway goes to post on Sunday afternoon here during Gathering Week. We're racing on Sunday afternoon. Our feature race is the Johnny and Margaret Allenian Pace. Johnny and Margaret Allenian Pace. Also, the 2-year-old colts are in town. Should have a couple of A divisions and a B division. That's the 2-year-old colts here at the Inverness Raceway. The Johnny and Margaret Allenian Pace should be a good card of racing. Post time set to go at 1 o'clock Sunday afternoon. The entries for the 8th have been called to the gate. Nice to see our friend Damien McClellan in the sulky here at the Inverness Raceway, getting along quite well on the Ontario circuit. Entries moving on the stable turn here in the 8th, a field of 6, condition field also eligible. $7,000 claiming. Can you get these? Delightful Wine on the rail, Betty White did it too, Sure Gain. Southfield Sandy, Captain Tate, Privilege. In the backfield, it's Onions to go, it's the Raylene McLean. Memorial Pace, a field of 7, come through the lanes at the Inverness Raceway. Down off of the gate, no way, and Delightful Wine up front on the lead here on the outside. That is the gray Betty White. Up to take over the lead, Sure Gain is third in the middle on the far outside. That is Privilege. On toward the opening quarter now, and Betty White up front on the lead here is Privilege. On the outside to keep him going, driving third in at the rail. That is Delightful Wine, Onions to go. Up here in 4 from 5, that is Sure Gain, then Captain Tate. And in the backfield, it's Southfield Sandy. 29 3/5 past the opening quarter. On the outside, that is Privilege in at the rail. That is Betty White. Up here, third, Delightful Wine at a 4. That is Onions to go. On the move, Captain Tate. And then Sure Gain. And Southfield Sandy. Privilege has not got to the lead yet. So in at the rail, that is the gray. Betty White, the half, 57 4/5. Betty White up front, half a length. Driving in here second, that is Privileged. And Keith Lake up here on the far outside. Sure Gain starts to get in gear. In at the rail, that is Captain Tate. Onions to go is there along with Delightful Wine. Southfield Sandy in the backfield. 128 and 4/5 past the 3/4. Sure Gain is going to bring them on home through the lanes here at the Inverness Raceway. And that's Sure Gain up to win it. For second, Onions to go. Captain Tate drives in for third. Sure Gain, Rodney Gillis, 159 and 1/5 here in the 8th. All the entries are returning back for a cap donated by the Macquarie family. In the Raylene McLean Memorial Pace, we'll have the cooler presentation to the winner. Sure Gain. Owner trainer, the effort beaten. He had a Port Hood. Rodney Gillis was in the sulky, 59 and 1/5. A Sure Gain, first win on the season. Today we gather to remember a woman whose presence is still deeply felt by everyone who had the privilege of knowing and loving her. Raylene McLean was beloved wife of Blair, a devoted daughter to Walina and Ray, bonus daughter to Trapper. a fiercely loyal friend, sister, niece, and caregiver. But above all else, she was an incredible mom to Ella, Kate, and Emmy. Her greatest pride and the center of the world, that was Emmy. Raylene lived the only way she knew how, with her whole heart. She loved big, laughed loud, never missed a chance to dance, and somehow made every gathering week the best one yet. She had a way of turning friends. As the horses head back here to receive the caps, donated by the McQuarrie family and Raylene, we raise a glass, hug your people, dance a little jig, cheer a little louder, and be grateful for those little moments. Love ya. Bye-bye. Love ya. Raylene McLean. Now that we got those two head poles off them, DF are beaten. Other trainer leads them back to the Denmark Acres winner circle. Look at the entourage that has come to meet you here for the Raylene McLean Memorial Pace. In the winner's circle, 8-year-old brown pacing gelding by Blue Burner and the Cambest mare Shirley Hall. Owned and trained by DF are beaten. At a Port Hood, Mr. Rodney Gillis in the sulky. First win on the season, 159 and 1/5. There is 8-year-old Sure Gain. Eighth official, Delightful Wine was 7, Betty White was 5. Sure Gain, the winner, Saltfield Sandy 6. Captain Tate was 3. Privilege went quite a trip, he finished top 4. Onions to Go was second. 29 and 3, 57 and 4, 128 and 4, and a 159 and 1/5. Top the program, 751, 634. Then 2 on the bottom, 159 and 1/5. Sure Gain capturing top honors in the Raylene McLean Memorial Pace. $6.10 to win the exacta, come back $63.30. The triactor come back $175.50. The Superfecta, $74.20. Up and coming in the ninth, the Go Home Pace. It's the Jamie and Ann Walker Memorial Pace. Equipment change on the 3. What's up, Doc? Off with the open hood with cups, and he goes to a closed bridle. Field of 6 for 2,000 going to post at 10:12 and 13 minutes. Your approximate daily double odds. Stay Pumped at $39. East Coast Invader at $235. What's Up, Doc at $47. UHEF's at $13. Sealard at $78. And McLand, he's at $14. From the top, 39 to 35. 47. 13 on UF. Sealard's at 78, and McLand, he goes for 5 in a row. He's at $14 in the daily double. He's at 14 in the daily double. For Gordy's selection here in race number 9, I went to the 1. I went on the rail. The 5-year-old mare, Stay Pumped, and Travis McLean in the sulky. He gave Talk Some Smack quite a steer earlier on the program. He's a 5-time winner. This season, he's paced in 56 at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Stay Pumped, my choice. Here in the Winners Open. For second, I went to the 4, Hugh Heff. The ghettos always come up for gathering week. We thank those ghettos. And Susan McSween and Wayne Hardy, they're sending up Hugh Heff, a 6-year-old by Better Than Cheddar, a 1-time winner this season, but more importantly, a 16-time winner last season, mainly at the Northside Downs. You have Randy Ghetto is in the sulky. I'll go with him for second. I went with What's Up, Doc. Homebred and trained by John McClellan. Yetamabu. Redmond Doucette is in the sulky. 8 starts, 4 seconds, and 3/3. And for fourth, I went to the 6, McLand. I know he's on a 4-race winning streak. Walter Walker is back in the sulky for trainer A.D. McDonald. Owners Ella and Daniel McDonald at Inverness. The Jamie and Ann Walker Memorial Pace is next. And we'll have the call from the north side. Track announcer, Mr. Shane Ryan. The winner of the 50-50, $3,345. $3,345 for a 50-50. Todd Clarkson is the winner. Go see the ladies on the inside. Take in your wheelbarrow. $3,345 in Inverness, 50-50. It's the best in the Maritimes. Now the call for the night, Mr. Shane Wright.
Entries on track for post parade for tonight's 9th and final. It's the Jamie and Ann Walker Memorial Place. The one, Stay Pumped, is owned by Michael Gillis, trained by Ethan McLean, and driven tonight by Travis McLean. 2, East Coast Invader for co-owners Todd and Monica Sutherland from Port Hood. Monica training and driving. Three, What's Up Doc, is owned by John McClellan from Abu. John also does the training. Redmond Doucette steers. 4, UHEF is co-owned by Randy Ghetto, Susan McSween and Wayne Hardy. Dana Ghetto conditions. Randy Ghetto's in the bike. 5, Sea Laird is co-owned by Douglas Lowthers and Zach Mullins. Zach trains and drives. 6, McLand rounds out the field. Walter Walker in the bike for trainer Alec Dan McDonald and co-owners Ella and Daniel McDonald from Inverness. It's a field of 6 to wrap up the Wednesday evening of Gathering Week 2026. Triactor Exactor Superfecta Win Place Show wagering the Jamie and Ann Walker Memorial Pace. Post time at 10:12 in just 5 minutes. So an excellent group of 6 to wrap up Wednesday evening here at Inverness in the Jamie and Ann Walker Memorial Pace. I went to the 3, What's Up Doc, and just like Sure Gain, he's been knocking on the door all season here for John McClellan and Redmond Doucette. 4 second-place finishes and 3 thirds from 8 starts. So 7 of 8, and the other one was a 4th-place finish to Mappos Line, and he charted in 56-2. I expect What's Up Doc to be leaving herd here for Redmond from post 3. Looks like he has a great shot to make the lead, and it's just a matter of how far and how fast What's Up Doc can go here tonight in the Jamie and Ann Walker Memorial on a really even betting board right now. You're getting $7 on 3, What's Up Doc and Doucette with 4 minutes to post. For second, I went to the rail. Gordy's top choice, the 1 Stay Pumped for Michael Gillis, Ethan, and Travis McLean. 5th place finish in the winners over, but got away 6th and could not close up a lot of ground on McLand and What's Up Doc in that field of 8 last week here in the Inverness feature. But 2 starts back, absolutely exploded home, closing in 27-3 with Keegan Madden in the bike for a win in 58-2. So 5 wins already on the season. Now she draws inside here and is a major danger here off that great performance 2 starts back. And the slight favorite right now here at 6:10, the 1 Stay Pumped, we'll use to round out the exactor. If you're playing the triactor here in the finale, I went to the 4U half 5-2 on the morning line. Dana Ghetto trains, Randy Ghetto in the bike and co-owning with Susan McSween and Wayne Hardy. The 6-year-old better than Cheddar Gelding, looking for his 50th lifetime victory here at just age 6. He racked up 16 victories last season, and back in 2024 was North America's winningest horse. And so he is certainly a win candidate here tonight at Inverness, in off of 4 consecutive third-place finishes in the winners over at Northside Downs against Mappos Lion twice and ranked contender twice. And right now he is a contender at 640 here for UHEF to round out the top 3. And if you're playing the Superfecta, I'm on the 2 East Coast Invader for Todd and Monica Sutherland. Right now, a long shot here at 29.80, 9-2 on the morning line. Stepping back up to the winners over. The last 2 have been down in class. 3 starts back, was in the winners over. Finished 4th. Had to rally from off the pace. Closed home in 28 seconds flat. And so right now, a win and a third on the season for 2 East Coast Invader, who has ballooned here to 45.30 as we get set to go to post. 3, 1, 4, 2 are my top 4 selections. Good luck with yours, Sean Tobin, and the starting gate at Inverness. They are in motion. It's post time for tonight's finale. It's the Jamie and Ann Walker Memorial Pace. Well, we can say it now, folks. Finally, 100 years in the books here at Inverness for Gathering Week. And somehow tonight, despite the forecast, we managed to get through it without any kind of heavy rain here in the vicinity tonight. So somebody's looking after us at Inverness for sure from up above. Jamie and Ann Walker Memorial to close out Gathering Wednesday evening. Stay Pumped and Travis McLean. East Coast Invader, Monica Sutherland. What's Up Doc, Redmond Doucette. UHEF and Randy Ghetto. C. Laird, Zach Mullins, McLean, Walter Walker. They're on gate. They're on stride. Post time, they're off and pacing. What's Up Doc? Firing out into the turn, as is UHEF. Down at the rails, Stay Pumped looks to get away third. McLean is going to take an early shot there for Walter Walker. He's powering up from 4th. 5th down the backstretch, East Coast Invader. The early trailer back there in 6th is C. Laird up front. What's Up Doc? And Redmond Doucette, oh, they fired in the Jamie and Ann Walker Memorial. They're clear by 3 on UHEF down at the opening quarter. McLean got away third. The inside 4th to Stay Pumped. Pitter patter. Let's get at her on Gathering Night. 28-2. Open it up. And some 3 wide action here. Round the turn for the first time. What's Up Doc? UHEF and Randy Ghetto. They're going to pull pocket early in the Jamie and Ann Walker Memorial. They're on to challenge second. McLean and Walker, they're all over that helmet third. third. Stay Pumped to the outer flow fourth. Sea Laird rides the pylons fifth. East Coast Invader can see them all from back there in sixth. Oh, wow! We got a 56 and 4 opening half mile. Their backstretch bound to 3/4. Their nose to nose up front. You have sticking a neck out in front. What's Up Doc battles back second. McLeod ready to pounce there third. Sea Laird at the inside fourth. Stay Pumped gonna have to go 3 wide. East Coast Invader trails 3/4 and 1. 27 and 1. And on the far outside, McLeod on to challenge you half into the stretch. What's Up Doc there third. Sea Laird split Pacers fourth. They're all in it turning for home. Down the center you have McLeod. What's Up Doc back on at the inside. You half looks to hang on for Randy Ghetto in the Jamie and Ann Walker Memorial. What's Up Doc came back on for second. We may need a win picture in one. 57 and 2. In that win photo, it is the 4 you have. Tonight's 9th race at Inverness is the Jamie and Ann Walker Memorial Pace, an annual tradition. Jamie owned horses at Inverness Raceway, including the top class horse Kawartha Toronto and Splurjet, among others. Jamie was also a member of the Raceway executive, and tonight the family is honored to present a blanket in their memory. The Jamie and Ann Walker Memorial Pace for 2026 going to that Inverness Raceway winner's circle is the 4 entry you have. UHEF's a 6-year-old brown gelding by Better Than Cheddar out of the Rock and Roll Hanover Dam. Danica Patrick's for co-owners Randy Ghetto, Susan McSween, and Wayne Hardy. Dana Ghetto does the training. Randy Ghetto in the bike, the aggressive steer here today. UHEF got his second win on the season. We said it in our picks. Tonight he gets his 50th lifetime win at 6. He was North America's winningest horse in 2024. He won 16 last year. He got his mojo back tonight at Inverness on Wednesday evening. A great steer from Randy Ghetto and a great stretch drive in the Jamie and Ann Walker Memorial. Give it up for UHEF Family and Friends trackside with the cooler presentation. Randy Ghetto and UHEF in the Jamie and Ann Walker Memorial to close out a terrific Wednesday evening at Inverness in 1:57-2.